to the monkey for fast, friendly, pit crew certified service. And for a limited time, get $25 off any oil change. Grease Monkey, done fast, done right. Guaranteed.
Some people say a man is made out of mud. A poor man's made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood and skin and bones. A mind that's weak and a back that's strong. You load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning when the sun didn't shine. I picked up my shovel and I walked to the mine. I loaded 16 tons of number 9 coal, and the straw boss said, well, to bless my soul, you load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning, it was drizzling rain. Fighting and trouble are my middle name. I was raised in the canebrake by an old mama line. Can't go a high-toned woman, make me walk the line. You load 16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. If you see me coming, better step aside. A lot of men didn't, a lot of men died. One fist of iron, the other of steel. If the right one don't get you, then the left one will. You load 16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store.
watch the sun come up from its bed of light. We'll enter Eden's garden and never back. Oh Lord, the great collide won't be our end. When the world falls into the flames, we will rise again. We will rise again. Step into any room, make all the lush begin to bloom. Only needs one touch or two. You'll be surprised at what we can do. Let's shush it up. Yeah, I got it like that. Let's shush it up, yeah.
Hardee's Prime Rib Experience with a 100% American Angus burger at a not so fancy price for My Rewards members. Just $5.99 on the app. Every combo purchase on the app gives My Rewards members a chance to win an exclusive NASCAR experience.
Yo, your friends are here. Wait, whose buddy's this right now? Juju's. Are you nuts? Bitch, we can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. Broke bitches always in some shit except businesses. Tryna bring us down so they bring up us rich bitches. Talking out that neck won't get you far, but if visit. Concept that affect my pockets, it's gon' hit different. About to get explicit, and with Twitter, listen. You gon' have to speak up when you talk, I'm here to listen. If you poppin' shit, you probably wishing I'm religious. This collision finna get you feeling hella Christian. Look, you gon' need that energy you got when you stand to me. All the caps locking when you talking on the net to me. Wish a bitch would yell at me. Fuck a bitch's jealousy. May not be your cup of tea, but I'm your boyfriend's fantasy. If we can get petty, tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. Bro, I'm so tired of the commenting on me. All you bitches really ain't got no positive. Ain't gonna get $1,000 if you and your three. Savings in a pot, you fucking doctors out here judging bitches like us, cause you forgot that I don't got time, but I'll make time if it means dragging a little bitch. I'm glad to call you fucking hoes, y'all starting problems. If you slick, I'm about to drag you by the fucking edges. Both of us ain't got this quite ironic, stale bland ass bitches throwing salt, you about to get your season. We about to make this even. You talking shit about me, you about to get your reason. Cause I've been on my vibe and on your and my meditating shit. But if you want, bitch, I can put this fucking hair up on my shit. We can get petty, tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice, we can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. We can get petty. Yeah. We can get petty. Tell me if you're ready. I was playing nice. We can change the setting. We can get petty. is a star.
Telling myself I won't go there. Oh, but I know that I won't care. Trying to wash away all the blood spill. This life is a burden that we both share. Two sinners can atone from a lone prayer. Souls tied, intertwined by pride and guilt. There's darkness in the distance from the way that I've been living, but I know I can't resist it. At the same time, you and I took the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Hiding all of our sins from the daylight, running from the daylight, from the daylight, running from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Telling myself it's the last time. Can you spare any mercy that you might find? Found down on my knees, deep down, way down, Lord, I try to follow your light, but it's nighttime. Please don't leave me in the end. There's darkness in the distance. I'm begging for forgiveness, but I know I might resist it. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Hiding all of our sins from the daylight, running from the daylight, running from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time.
Most people don't do it the way I do. Very personal. Like, get the money and, like, whatever. I just like
So tasty and the price is right. I'm filthy and I love it. Still I make a home call. Got a shotgun in my pocket. Tech executives, heads of state, brilliant scientists and engineers. They're some of the most talented and respected individuals in the world. And in recent years, they've all come together behind a common purpose. They've marshaled their talents and trillions of dollars in cash to move the world beyond the era of fossil fuels. What can you accomplish when you have that much talent working towards a single goal? Would you believe almost nothing? In recent years, the world has gone to extraordinary lengths to break its dependence on fossil fuels. We've signed international treaties. We've started enormous government programs. We've launched corporate sustainability initiatives. We've vandalized Stonehenge. Not sure why that last one was necessary. Druids are about as low carbon as they come. Now, what do we have to show for all of these efforts to move beyond fossil fuels? Well, it's not nothing, but if you squint even just a little, it looks like nothing. Here's what we mean. Between 2015 and 2023, the world invested over $12 trillion in alternative energy. By the end of that period, we were investing nearly double as much in alternatives as we were in fossil fuels. And the consequences of all that effort? Well, according to the International Energy Agency, in the decade from 2013 to 2023, the percentage of global energy derived from fossil fuels declined from 82% to 80%. Now, none of this is to make fun of these efforts. The people behind these initiatives are often very, very smart, which ought to make us even more curious about why they're still not able to move the needle much. Why, despite all their efforts, do fossil fuels continue to be the world's primary energy sources? Well, here's the thing. It's not because of a lack of money or initiative. It's because of the way energy actually works. Because basically our entire existence, lighting and heating our homes, traveling to work, getting food onto the shelves of your grocery store, is dependent on energy, we need our power sources to be reliable, affordable, and abundant. And on that front, fossil fuels have proven hard to beat. There are a lot of reasons for that, but here are three of the biggest ones. First, efficiency. Fossil fuels allow you to get a lot of energy out of very little material. For example, to generate as much energy as you get from just one oil well in the Permian Basin of West Texas, you'd need to build 10 windmills, each about 330 feet high. And because demand is only going up, the world uses 40% more energy now than it did just 20 years ago. We're deeply dependent on whichever sources can give us the most bang for our buck.
Second, reliability. Energy buffs like to talk about something called the capacity factor, which in plain English means the amount of time a power source can generate its maximum amount of power. For solar, it's less than 25% of the time. For wind, it's about 34%. By contrast, coal is at over 42%, and natural gas is at essentially 60%. Third, storage. Fossil fuels are easy and cheap to store, which is necessary to make sure you've got enough supply to know the lights will stay on. How cheap? The cost of storing a barrel of oil or the equivalent amount of natural gas is about $1 a month. For coal, it's even cheaper. To store the same amount of energy from wind or solar, which would require a lithium battery, costs 30 times as much. All of which is to say that when you look at the physics and the economics, you can start to see why America still gets more than 80% of its energy from fossil fuels. Which, by the way, is pretty standard for wealthy countries. They talk a lot about renewables, but when it comes right down to it, the UK gets about 75% of its energy from fossil fuels, as does Germany. In Japan, it's over 83%. In Australia, it's 85%. Not because they aren't trying to move away from fossil fuels, but because they're coming up against the reality that fossil fuels are the only sources that can give them as much power as their countries need. There's a noteworthy counterexample. France, which as of 2023 relies on fossil fuels for less than 50% of its energy needs. How do they do that? Well, here's the catch. It's not because of things like wind and solar. France gets over 1/3 of its power from nuclear, a carbon-free energy source that can run at full power over 92% of the time, which is an interesting idea that the world's wealthy democracies are largely ignoring. In fact, of the 61 new nuclear reactors currently being built around the world, 29 of them are in China, and many of the rest are in places like Bangladesh, Turkey, and Egypt. But there's one other factor we have to take into consideration when we think about why fossil fuels have endured, and it's a big one. When we talk about energy, many of us think in terms of electricity. But in reality, America's single largest use of energy is for transportation. Nearly 90% of that energy comes from oil. Why? Well, for a clarifying example, think about the journey of a package that you buy online. Maybe it comes from overseas on a cargo ship, or if you're really fancy, a plane. It gets sent to a warehouse, loaded onto a truck, sent off to a series of processing centers, and then arrives seamlessly on your neighbor's porch for some reason. Now, this process is invisible to most of us, but if we tried to dramatically change the fuel sources involved, well, let's just say we'd notice. Want that package to come on an electric plane? Given the current limits of the technology, it could travel a distance of about 30 miles. Want it to cross the ocean on a battery-powered cargo ship? The journeys those vessels take can run anywhere from 15 to 50 days. The biggest battery available could get you 1 day of power, which would ensure your package was speedily delivered to the bottom of the Western Pacific. Want an electric big rig to move your package across the country? Because they can travel less than half as far as a normal truck before they have to recharge, are 3 times as expensive to buy, and would require trucking companies to roughly double their number of both drivers and vehicles, your package...
You think you're original? You ain't original. You were programmed. You're a slave and you don't even know it. The shit you think of ain't even your thoughts. Let's step out the box for a minute. Yo, how do do we know if God exists? How do we know it's positive? Are you the definition of an angel or the opposite? If you lost wallet and I found it, I would not commit to stealing it. But if the tables turn, then you will pocket it. See, I've been me for so long, but I still don't know who Hobson is. How come I'm the one my teachers used to have a problem with? I show my music to different labels, they ain't too fond of it. But in the underground, I seem to get so many compliments. Say my name and it's like people get afraid and shook. But if you take a look, you'll see I'm nothing like an angry crook. I'm learning hands-on, you busy with your face and books. I'm here to benefit the world, so heaven's where we're safely put. I'm not a devil, not speaking in tongues. I just want to touch your heart, I try to reach it in songs. I'm from where a child's future's on the streets with the bums. Because it's hard, something so unique where I'm from. When the sun's down, I turn the rainbow so red in the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light for me. I don't wanna be lonely, and the moon is my only homie. There's a higher power than show me. Instead of nocturnal rainbows. Obama's president, so what's it represent? Just because the niggas half black don't mean he's ever sent. You're clueless to evidence, and all the minds he's messing with. His charming smile hasn't got my ass about this death for shit. Fronting like he's truly Jesus, and all you fools believe it. The change he's making isn't good, that's just how you conceived it. It's like we all broken than ever. It's due to reasons dealing with self-beneficial plans and the movement he's with. Illuminati, or whatever the fuck they go by. They're the reason weird shit happens, but we don't know why. Why did Michael Jackson start his tour then have to go die? How did rap music go from really good to so dry? Real artists get shelved and whack ones get famous. To leave masses brainless, a smart mind is dangerous. In their eyes, there probably ain't no real shit in your playlist. You just a product of what the government has created. When the sun's down, I turn the rainbow so red in the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light for me. I don't wanna be lonely, and the moon is my only homie. There's a higher power than show me. Instead of nocturnal rainbow. Yo, we're all smart, and we know it's bad and good for us. But yet when you got offered some marijuana, you took a puff. Your brain's a fucking powerhouse. But what, that wasn't good enough? It's people like you who talk that shoulda, coulda, woulda stuff. You probably threw your life away, cause you would rather get high with no license in car. So you bump lights to get by, saying I should've did this, or I shouldn't have hung with this guy. I'm broke as fuck, my rent's high. Oh, I should've realized I ain't being cool with these situations that I more than likely could be someone you admire, yes, but it's because the blood, sweat, and all the time that I invest. We play the same game, difference is you never try your best. You don't have a skill, you set yourself up for a higher mess. I work around the clock, you slack off for lots of time to bullshit until your life is gone. Cause living's naturally hell, you have to work to put a smile on. I turn the rainbow so red in the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light for me. I don't wanna be lonely, and the moon is my only homie. There's a higher power than show me. Instead of nocturnal rainbow, when the sun's down. Nocturnal rainbow soar in the air so high. It may seem so that I can't see, but the darkness provides the light for me. I don't wanna be lonely, and the moon is my only homie. If there's a higher power, then show me. Instead of nocturnal rainbow, nocturnal rainbow soar in the air so high. Nocturnal rainbow soar in the air so high. Nocturnal rainbow soar in the air so high. Nocturnal rainbow soar in the air so high.
on a sec, please.
Workout paused. Workout resumed.
Dubs. Move out of my way, Dubs. Baby, jeez.
Workout paused.
I found something. Look like some kind of stickers. Cool. I'll have to look at them when I get home.
Workout resumed.
Layers, we found some Tanic stickers. These in a little bag saying take me. Looks so cool. Look at them. Ew. Brainworms.
Lap 1, 36 minutes 8 seconds. Lap speed 8.3. Total 5 miles. Heart rate 123.
Big wheel keeps a turn. Influence heart keeps a ticking. How you doing? That flow for you? Now, better not, motherfucker. Rolling, rolling, rolling down the river. Satanic stickers on my satanic. been around this gang, you know what I mean? It's new streets.
Workout paused. Workout resumed.
louder. Rolling, 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 rolling. Ooh, she's dangerous. I'll turn back. Bring this goes in. Let's take a picture first.
Workout paused. Workout resumed.
Dangerous.
Workout paused. Workout resumed.
It's 1,000.
Workout paused. Workout resumed. Workout paused. Workout resumed.
Water is so interesting.
Workout paused. Workout resumed.
I ain't yelling out loud. Not until you show me some grass, boy. Maybe you would touch grass. I can't really see your messages. I got sunglasses on now. But I'll try to read it. I'll try. Got you, good girl. Little lady. Evelyn, do you kind of consider yourself a little lady nowadays? Probably like a 5-year-old black girl stuck in a 102-year-old white man's body. And you put them on notice. Better yards than you. Where's your yard, buttface? Huh? Huh? I've never been to this part. Another park. Another park. Were you born a coal miner's daughter? I believe it. I'll support you. Might get some backlash, but I think we can handle it. We can handle the tides. On Netflix, it's a Senex. Oh my goodness. I think you know him there.
Workout paused. Lap 4, 35 minutes 12 seconds. Lap speed 8.5. Total 20 miles, 2 hours 26 minutes 4 seconds. Heart rate 120. Workout paused.
Have a good night, man.
Hey, have a good day too.
goes with it, wore it, I think, in a few house shows, defended it apparently. Should they consider him the champion in their history books?
Well, see, with 30 years or whatever more in between, I had forgotten, or if I ever knew, I didn't know he defended it, actually. I thought, yes, he bought it from Andre, the famous Saturday Night's Main Event, the blah, blah, blah. And then, who was it, Jack Tunney at the time, right? Reversed the decision that the title can't be sold, and that was the cause of the tournament.
WrestleMania 4, that's right.
But if he defended it, yes, they should have done some type of thing with the asterisk. And, DiBiase purchased the belt from Andre in this disputed match, and while the appeals were going on, he defended versus so-and-so and did this and that, and then was stripped of the title on such and such date. I think that way, because it's not like they haven't had any other tomfoolery go on with any of the titles, or the one time they switched it and completely forgot about it and just never showed the fucking match. So it's not like they forgot about it like amnesia. They just said, fuck it, we didn't do it. We decided we didn't do it. But yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't stick Teddy in there for that. He had it longer than fucking Yoko had it after he beat Brett before he did the job for Hogan.
Again, not much of this really matters in the general scheme of things, but having this serious discussion. Should the NWA recognize Edouard Carpentier? All these years later, it's a little bit different than Kowalski and Bobo Brazil, although they have claims too. Should Edouard Carpentier, who defended it and was billed as the champion in a number of places, should his title reign in some way be recognized?
Yes, I think so, because they were going to do it all the way until, what was it? Oh, goddamn it, in Thez's book, it was Eddie Quinn in Montreal didn't want to give Carpentier up to the schedule of the NWA champion and talked him out of it after he was all fired up and they'd already done the match, right? I think that because it was designed, Thesz had the idea he's going on an international tour, he could drop the belt, but with a dispute, and then come back and they could do a unification or whatever the original plan was that didn't pan out. They still recognized both Carpentier and Thesz as champions in various places and were starting that direction to need a unification match, and then it all fell apart. So there ought to be some kind of footnote there. But how would they resolve it in an official record? Would they resolve it? Carpentier lost the title when Eddie Quinn said, "Come back home to Montreal, I'll pay you more money."
And again, Lou says they created the international title. Did you see that telegram that recently was tweeted out from Dick Hutton to Morris Siegel?
Oh, God. I think I've seen something about that in the past, but what was it? I've lost it now. What was this comment?
I believe it's a WWE tweet. I have the image here. Thanks for your offer. Am willing to meet Thesz and give him a crack at the NWA title before 4th of July in Houston. However, I refuse to consider less than $25,000 guarantee, with a percentage privilege also. Refuse to sign for any match in which Thesz is billed as an equal basis as international champion. He must come into the ring as challenger. Best regards, Dick Hutton.
Let me tell you about my burger guy. He comes from a legacy of burger pros. Always hooks me up with the freshest ingredients. So, when my craving calls, I get my burger guy on the line at Five Guys. Swing by today.
What do you think of that? I mean, again, the international title, here we are talking about it. It was an issue. If you want me to wrestle him, you can't bill him as an equal champion.
Well, hold on, Cowboy. Because while that was a genuine sentiment from Sam Muchnick and other people in the NWA hierarchy, and at the time when Thez was champion, definitely that was something that he held in high regard. The idea that nobody was billed as a co-champion or as an equal, blah blah blah. But Dick Hutton, I'm pretty sure, probably didn't give a shit. But what that telegram was, in those days, they would send that telegram so that Paul Bosch or Morris Siegel, whoever the Houston promoter was at that era, or whoever the local promoter was anywhere else, would then print that telegram in the program. But it was a legitimate telegram. And there's no way that Dick Hutton was ever legitimately asking for $25,000 for a match in Houston when, at ticket prices in those days, the house may not have been a lot more than that. But that's what they wanted the fans to think, that there were intricate negotiations going on. And you have to, sort of like it is now today for real in wrestling, you have to handle everybody's ego and massage everybody's ego, and you have to make sure everybody's money is right and handle this request and that fucking demand. And that made it more like the headlines and the news articles that people read about pro boxing and how those fights were put together. So that was a legitimate telegram that Dick Hutton legitimately sent, but the audience was either the television show where it would be read or the program where it would be printed for the fans. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I've seen some of those kind of, I hate to use the word telegrams, but it kind of is what it is. In the past in programs, how prevalent was that?
Well, that was for years of the major way of immediate written communication is to send somebody a telegram. So,
But a work telegram.
Well, a work telegram. I mean, in wrestling, everything's a fucking work. I mean, sometimes they might not have even sent the telegram. They would have just, written something. But a lot of times they'd send it. Remember, I have some of these. The NWA sent a telegram to all the member promoters every time there was a title change. And I have some of those. And that was a thing that they did, and then the promoters would print sometimes. They'd either verbatim copy it or they'd print the whole telegram in the program or whatever. But that was a way to make something look like breaking news. This just happened. This is important. And the telegrams were the way that these bigwigs communicate.
That's the way those bigwigs communicate. They just throw stuff all over the place.
Well, no, I elbowed my keyboard. I was waving my hands in the air, gesticulating. But that's the way they communicated, was they would send telegrams back and forth. And in all honesty, part of this also was that if it was a legitimate telegram in those days, chances are somebody at the Western Union office or the fucking delivery boy or somebody along the way was going to be a wrestling fan and know what it was or who they were talking about. And so that would make it look a little more legitimate when they deliver this telegram to this fucking promoter. That was the way that things were done.
All right, so I guess to sum it up, Ted DiBiase should be recognized as champion if he actually defended the belt.
I think so.
Imagine more productivity with fewer subscriptions. Google Workspace includes AI in your work apps like Gmail, Drive, and Meet, helping teams streamline collaboration. Do better work faster with Google Workspace.
This is the new Avata 360 from DJI. It features an all-new 360 camera module up front that can rotate into 360 mode or single lens mode. It works with the DJI RC2 as well as the DJI FPV Goggles 3 and N3 when using the DJI RC Motion 3 or FPV Controller 3. It uses cameras and a LiDAR sensor to give you omnidirectional object sensing. It has smart features such as active track as well as spotlight mode, allowing you to track objects both with the DJI remote as well as the FPV goggles. It even has features like Easy Acro. This drone gives you a whole new perspective with its 360 live view image, allowing you to be in control to give you a whole new perspective compared to a normal camera drone. To find out more, check out my full review on the link below.
Did you see the dark side of the ring this past week? I once again lit up the small screen the way I do the silver screen with my witty and incisive commentary. But this week, Dark Side of the Ring was on the entire career, not just my involvement in it. The man they call Vader. Are you up on Dark Side?
I did see the episode, yes.
And I thought they did a good job in this one because, between myself, JR, Mick, Nick Patrick, but also his family, his son, Jesse, and his ex-wife, his friend Dave. Dave's not here, man. Stan Hansen, Jerry Briscoe, they got the budget must be increasing for the talking head. I wonder if I need to ask for a raise.
You should tell them to make it Dark Side of the Ring starring Jim Cornette.
Oh, come on now.
That's what I would do if I was negotiating for you.
I know, but I'm not trying to hog the spotlight again. The magnitude of me, sometimes I need to pull back to give others the spotlight. For heaven's sake, I'm nearing the sunset of my years. I want to fade off slowly down Ventura Highway in the summertime. Anyway, we came back to Dark Side of the Ring on Vice TV. And Mick Foley, again, very articulate. Is it somehow has brain damage helped his goddamn verbal ability? He always comes up with his family, his son, Jesse, and his ex-wife, his friend Dave. Dave's not here, man. Stan Hansen, Jerry Briscoe, they got the budget must be increasing for the talking head. I wonder if I need to ask for a raise.
You should tell them to make it Dark Side of the Ring starring Jim Cornette.
Oh, come on now.
That's what I would do if I was negotiating for you.
I know, but I'm not trying to hog the spotlight again. The magnitude of me, sometimes I need to pull back to give others the spotlight.
So I get back to the question of how do I get started or what should I start with supplementation? This is the momentous 3. We're looking at protein, we're looking at creatine, we're looking at omega-3s. It's a very basic way to start, and they're all very easy to assimilate into your daily life. So Momentous has 2 really fantastic proteins, a plant-based one and a whey isolate. They both reach the leucine content that we need post-exercise that allows for the facilitation of muscle repair, but also the amino acid profile is complete in both the plant and the whey protein.
Momentous protein is unique for a bunch of different reasons. No artificial flavors, no artificial sweeteners, no gums, no fillers. It's also got that NSF certification. If you're going to use protein powder, which you don't have to, whole food sources are always better. Invest a little bit more money, get a higher quality product, and those would be the things that I would use to define high quality.
I started taking creatine back when I was training for these ultra endurance races, and I noticed that it was incredibly effective at helping me recover in between workouts and maintain sustained efforts for longer periods of time.
What do I like about the omega-3s from Momentous? I know that the quality of the product is very high.
Not all omega-3s are created equal. Where are they sourced? How are they sourced? And what's the right efficacious dose? Many fish oils or omega-3s in the market have very low EPA or DHA ratios.
The omega-3s from Momentous are the right ratios, and it's something that I would trust, and it's something that has become a go-to for me throughout my daily supplement routine.
Having this vegan omega-3 is huge because this has been a gap in my routine as a long-time plant-based person. Trust is everything when it comes to the supplements that you're selecting for your routine. With Momentous, I don't have to worry about that. The trust is implicit.
The ability of a company to come in and say, we're going to spend the extra money. We're going to go after and spend all the extra work living up to this standard of quality, purity, and effectiveness. That's what really puts Momentous over the top for me.
heaven's sake. I'm nearing the sunset of my years. I want to fade off slowly down Ventura Highway in the summertime. Anyway, we came back to Dark Side of the Ring on Vice TV. And Mick Foley, again, very articulate. Is it somehow his brain damage helped his goddamn verbal ability? He always comes up with a profound thing to say, or a very articulate or insightful comment or whatever. I'm thinking maybe more of us ought to get whacked over the head with a chair every couple of days for a few years. You want to go first, Brian?
No, and maybe it's just a work. Maybe he's perfectly fine. But he knows that if he keeps telling people he has brain damage, they'll be so surprised when he spits out a sentence. Because every time I see him, he seems like he's perfectly fine.
Yes, I mean, I wish that if I had fucking wrestling schools full of people who could talk like that, it would be right as rain. Anyway, it occurred to me that when they went into some of Leon's childhood, which I was not aware of the exact nature of the rotten neighborhood he grew up in, or some of the stories that his family told, but when they went into that, he kind of found sports, as a way, as many people do, to focus himself, and he played football, and he was, pretty good in college, but then he was drafted by the Los Angeles Rams, but injuries at that point, which would play a part with him on and off, because of his size all his life. But he was drafted by the Rams, but never actually got to play with them. He was drafted, as the graphics said, in 1978. But then they had him from previous footage that he'd recorded before he passed, telling a story about how he barged into the locker room in Denver. He's from Colorado, and told Bruiser Brody that he was there to find a job, and trained in the AWA, which he did. I had not heard that. Had you heard the Brody story about? Because I hadn't heard it.
I had not heard that before, no.
But it makes sense that Brody was working for Vern at that point in time. You can imagine Leon White. He said he got all dressed up, right? He needs a job. He sees wrestling on TV. I can see him going down there and being somebody in the community. I can see him somewhere or another bluffing his way in the locker room, and I can see Bruiser Brody standing up and saying, "Who the fuck are you?" I just had never heard that story, but he wanted a job, and however he went down there, he made a connection. Vern did break him in.
Who trained him? Didn't he actually say in this thing who trained him?
Well, see, that's the thing is, I don't know specifically, but in that era, I would imagine that Brent Ringens may have had something to do with it in the mid-'80s.
Because they mentioned that Brody, had that conversation quickly in the locker room, which I'd never heard before. And then the next thing they show is him and Brody wrestling in the ring like that was how he was taught, which clearly was not.
Well, no, yeah, this was a gloss over because we got to get to the rest of his life. But that's another thing is his family didn't provide any perspective on. He would have talked to Brody in the AWA and barged in or whatever somewhere around 84-ish, because he was already in the ring by 85, and they would have given him some level of training. And that's why I'm thinking, as I recall, probably Greg Gagne, had something to do with it. But I think Ringens was starting to, at that time, work with the camp guys that they might have as Vern's camps were slowing down. Point being, what did he do between being drafted but not played in 1978 and 1984? He was kind of floating. And see, that's something else we've talked about before, is Leon started late. I mean, he picked things up quick, but for the sake of his athletic prime, he started late when he was already somewhere around 30. I can't remember the exact age. But then you see him working with Hanson and Brody in the stiff shit, and we've talked about this also, that Leon Baby Bull White, and even Bull Power for Otto Vons in Germany, Austria, was not exactly a Bafo gimmick. and he was green as a pepper tree. He was starting from scratch. But when they gave him the Vader gimmick in Japan, and at the, for a first however long, all he had to do was steamroll people, he got in the ring with world-class talent and picked it up and how to work as himself and the basic concept of, try not to kill people and make it look good very quickly. But at that point, when they get into the Japanese stuff, I'm glad they had Hansen there for the eyeball thing. That was just grotesque. But you can literally see Leon with his fucking fingers kind of pushing it back in and closing his shit over the top of it. That was just nasty. But Stan Hansen is as blind as a bat. He's so nearsighted, the glasses are not a gimmick.
They didn't even bring up the fact that was a big inter-promotional match. It was a dream match. It was New Japan versus All Japan.
Sometimes life can be a little messy. But with Next Gen Nuvella Performance Fabric at Ashley, we've got your whole home covered. So you can get back to what you love, messes and all.
I don't know that the Vice TV audience on Tuesday night was...
They left a lot of stuff. I have to say, I was so disappointed with this. There was some good stuff in it, but it wasn't like... I really liked the first episode. Past stuff, they introduced things. The timeline was just completely out of whack. At one point it went... The very end, it was just like all of a sudden we went from here to he's dead.
Well, yeah,
I mean, they left out a ton of shit. Just a ton of people.
Well, they only had 45 minutes, but yeah, we're going to they made a couple more leaps here.
I mean, Mick Foley's saying that the whole thing with him and Vader elevated WCW. It didn't do anything for WCW. WCW was dead. It elevated Mick Foley's career. That got more attention on Mick Foley and Cactus Jack in '93 than anything else had up to that point.
Yeah, even and the reason why that it got the attention to him was because they edited it. Remember? When he agreed to have Vader hard wave and came up with the idea and wanted him to, and had him hard wave, and they showed one eye punch on this, on the highlights here. But WCW, they ordered the cameras to pull back, and they edited some of the shit because they thought it was too violent. So he got beat up, and most of it didn't make air. But because of the cacophony from, at the time, the emerging smart fan base and people who heard about it, that got more talk about Mick maybe than having seen it. Go ahead.
No, but also I think another thing that is kind of important, especially with the narrative they tried to weave here. Vader lost the fight to Paul Orndorff, and his wife said that was kind of the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
Nothing went right in WWE. He went to UWFI. Remember, they brought him in to be the guy to help get Takata over. Not that Takata wasn't already over. But that's a pretty big thing. It was the credibility of Vader being a badass that he could fit in with those guys over in UWFI, and that's what they were looking for. But that was all around that same period of time, too. And the Hogan stuff, they pointed at the Hogan stuff. If you remember the Baltimore pay-per-view, fans brought a giant sign that they hung from the top that said, "Shoot, Vader, shoot." Like, the fans wanted it. They made it sound like, it was kind of an impasse because Hogan worked soft and Vader was big and bad. The fans really wanted something to happen. A lot of WCW fans at that point.
Oh, yeah, because they were already sick of Hope to begin with at that point. But now, the one thing, though, I agree with you, the UWFI was a big deal, but what his wife said was that was really the start of the decline, not maybe necessarily financially in his career at that point, but him starting to make bad decisions. That was the start of that. And I think that, that you could probably say it was right because everything had gone, great for Vader around the world until that point. And then he's out of WCW, and And after the Joe Thurman, they had Joe Thurman.
Yeah, I've never seen him interviewed. I couldn't believe what he looked like now.
And he looks better now than he did then.
Yeah, I didn't even think it was the same guy.
Yeah, a good back break is good for you, I guess, 20 years later. But, I'm trying, knowing Leon, right? But also, I'm trying to listen to Joe Thurman's description of what happened. Would he say, can you take the power bomb? Yeah, okay, see you out there. I can see that. And it was a handicap match, and it was Vader. It's not like they're going to set up any spots ahead of time. And Thurman said, as soon as they got in the ring, he said they're playing into the story that Leon became Vader, which we talked about. It got his head bad. Sometimes he couldn't turn it off right away. But Thurman said in the ring it changed. As soon as he picked him up, it was like, come here, you little son of a bitch, you gonna go up for this? Or whatever he said. From just the highlights that they showed, it looks like that maybe Joe Thurman, when Leon first did whatever he did, I think that he reached out in one of those bear paws to the head. Thurman kind of delayed and kind of staggered, like he didn't go down on something or the chest bump or whatever, because I think he was probably like, what the fuck was that? I don't know what to do. And then Leon hammered him, and I'm thinking could Leon have been mad because he didn't take a bump? But I don't, they didn't show the whole match unedited, but I could only see in that situation, Leon just out of nowhere saying, you're going to go up for this, you little son of a bitch, or you sack of shit, or whatever. If something previously had been like, what the fuck, does this guy have any idea what he's doing?
So bad news, the call won't start. Don't worry, I'll call my guy.
So good news.
When you're craving calls, get your burger guy on the line. Five Guys.
But nevertheless, on the power bomb, it looked to me like he threw him more out of disgust, like, here, this is over with, than he did trying to throw him down with any force. But when he did that, he over-rotated him, and the guy's fucking knees came up over his shoulders, so it's no wonder he broke his back. But, Jesus Christ. And it looked, but now and I was about to say one more thing. They said Leon in the locker room afterwards, and I fully believe this, because, and Mick said it, he wouldn't lie, was upset and distraught, and etc. I believe that. But Thurman said as soon as Vader looked down at him, you could see that he was upset or he was distraught or whatever. No. The footage they showed of the actual incident, as soon as Leon got up, he looked down at him like, you stupid motherfucker. So I think he thought that he had just powerbombed the guy and covered him, and the guy couldn't work or whatever. And he thought he was a piece of shit. And then we realized, or somebody told him, well, yeah, he's fucked up. Then he legitimately did get, concerned, but he didn't know right away. That's the point I was going to make.
What do you think about what they said about his reaction afterwards, where he went to Joe Thurman in the hospital and he was crying about it, and his wife talked about how emotional he could be at times? Did you ever see that side of him?
Yes. See, that's why I'm saying I believe all of that, because it just wouldn't have happened in the ring. It would have been when he got back and saw something was wrong and people were upset, and then it would go the complete other way. Remember, the guy who works himself up to go and be Vader, and his son referenced it. That time I think it was Tulsa, when he pulled Michaels' hair too hard, and fucking Michaels fired up some kind of comeback, and Leon took a bump, rolled out of the ring, and he had tears in his eyes, because he just said, if I pull his hair like that one more time, he said, it'll be my job. And then, again, he could be pissed off about something, but he would see a kid in a wheelchair over in the corner, and he'd be over there with tears puddling up in his eyes. He would just be back and forth, boom, boom, which was, at points he had admitted that it was hard for him to turn off Vader, and his wife apparently at one point was scared to leave him because she thought he might kill her. But then otherwise, yes, he would get old, or he'd get meaningful, like he'd have a sit down and but Mr. McMahon, it would be so much more beneficial to the athletes if we could have a full set of barbells on the ring truck or whatever. I mean, he would go and make pitches like that. Like, remember when he first started cussing out the commentator, the announcer, the TV host in Saudi Arabia? Right before he started snatching, he said, "Friendly, I am insulted by your insinuation." He would start out like that, and suddenly he'd snatch a motherfucker. His emotions were back and forth.
The Shawn Michaels stuff here was really interesting. Obviously, we got to see you the most fired up you've been in several seasons on this show. But, that's what led to Sid getting his run. Leading to the Alamo Dome was the fact that Shawn didn't want to work with Vader, wouldn't, and his wife said Shawn was Vince's boy, and Vader would never be anyone's boy. And again, I think the more you look at that period of time and the strange control that Shawn Michaels had over Vince, considering he wasn't doing good business, there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered about why was so much allowed from Shawn Michaels.
I've never
Buddy Rogers drew money, Buddy Rogers supported yes, but Buddy Rogers drew money. Shawn Michaels didn't.
I've said before a million times, I've never seen, and not only Michaels, but his circle, whatever his circle was around him, the level of put-upness with stuff from anybody. But and there's something, Vince saw something about himself in Shawn, some of the boyhood dream. You could see the gleam in his eye.
But a lot of people think that Vince saw a lot of himself in Shawn Michaels.
Well, you know what I mean. But nevertheless, but the point is that did sabotage Vader's run because, and I mentioned this, and it wasn't like that Vince told me this because I was talent involved in the match, and they always tell talent bullshit. I was on the creative team. This was the creative meeting. We were planning the structure of the pay-per-views and the schedule for the company for the next 6 months. And originally, SummerSlam 96, it would be Michaels and Vader, as it was, in Cleveland. I believe we were.
I wasn't born leader.
It wasn't given to me.
Good, quiet.
How did I get here?
I decided.
I decided
to lead as an army officer.
And the reason they did Brian, I can't put one foot in front of another without seeing it in front of me, but they did 2 false finishes and 2 restarts, as I think you'll remember. And then finally, Michaels got a quick one, as Vince used to say. But there was room, but there was controversy. There was room for rematches. Originally, again, before that even came up, Vader was probably going to go over a bit stronger, we were going to throw it out at SummerSlam, is what I'm trying to say, with some kind of disputed finish that nobody would get pinned. Then Vader was going to win the title from Michaels at the Survivor Series in November. And that would culminate in January, as everybody recalls, which was in San Antonio, Texas, at the Alamo Dome. And they didn't do stadiums back then. but Vince wanted to, with a cheap general admission ticket in Shawn Michaels' hometown, draw 50,000 people or whatever it was to see Michaels beat Vader and win the title back. That was the 3 pay-per-view program that he wanted to do before the whole thing got started. And by the time that, again, they did house show matches beforehand in those days between guys. So by the time during July or early August, whatever it was, that Leon had worked with Michaels in the house shows, they changed the SummerSlam finish to, instead of just being thrown out in all the confusion, they threw it out twice and then had a quick one. So Michaels at least left with a win. And then shortly after that, Vader was ixnayed out of Survivor Series and Royal Rumble.
And if you remember, the Survivor Series crowd in New York turned on Shawn Michaels. They made
Yes.
the big babyface that night. It was a really interesting dynamic. And again, Shawn Michaels kind of got away with everything. And for anyone who's new to the show, Jim did a watch-along of that match, Shawn versus Vader at SummerSlam, and that's on the YouTube channel.
Yes, and that's why I was so pissed off. Because I can understand Michaels being a prick was not news at that point, right? It was not, just goddamn, oh my God, this is unheard of. But actually, in the middle of a fucking main event world title match on pay-per-view and in front of whatever it was, 18,000 or 20,000 people in Cleveland, to just stop and go, boo, I said boo, you dumb motherfucker, and just, I couldn't believe it. Not even, he could have grabbed a chin lock on. I hate you and I'm going to get you fired. But don't scream it. But anyway, nevertheless, Vince lost interest. We've covered these things about his WWF stay, and as Jim Ross said,
got a booty hole like a Mack truck.
Leon also was high maintenance. You couldn't get him happy or healthy both at the same time.
Hey, Jim Ross said something here about the Duke Weight Loss Clinic. I know you've always talked about it in the past with Yokozuna. I didn't realize Yokozuna went there with Vader.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
As Ernie Ladd said to me one time when he was courting us for Vince McMahon in 1986, have I ever lied to you? I'm not trying to cast aspersions on JR's veracity, but his memory at this point in time of events from 30 years ago may be conflated because no, they didn't go at the same time. But Yoko went. He went, and he's the one that had the Underground Railroad for fried chicken going on. Leon, I don't believe actually got sent to Duke. It was discussed because it had happened with Yokozuna before, but Leon is the one who JR on Vince's behest had to negotiate a weight clause into his contract because he got, I'm going to say, up to 440, and that was too much, especially at his age. So, and there was much consternation. Leon was very insulted that, but he had played in the NFL, and it wasn't like that, should have been a big shock, but nevertheless, but JR remembers them hanging out in bunk beds. Boy, can you see the size of those bunk beds over at Duke, losing weight and eating chicken.
This flavor and heat can only mean one thing. Olive Garden's Calabrian summer is officially here. With crispy chicken in a sweet, spicy sauce, these hot honey chicken bites have some bite. Our rich steak and shrimp bucatini brings a little fire and a lot of smiles. And who said a bit spicy can't be indulgently cheesy? Korean, just like summer, our Calabrian dishes won't last. Starting at $12.99.
he fit best with Leon's run in the WWF. He was browbeaten until he lost his mojo. And I think that's kind of, the thing, unfortunately. And then, his wife said he, had a pain pill issue. His son had gone to college and his wife had left him, so he's drinking and sleeping for days at a time. And I guess that was probably, Brian, you kept up with that stuff at that point in time better than I did. But when he went into the diabetic coma in Japan, was that potentially the end of his Japanese deal? They generally didn't like boys going into comas over there.
Well, see, that's the thing I actually have to go back and look at. It definitely wasn't. I mean, I got to see the timing because it went from he left WWF to he goes into the coma to he's dead. There's a lot of time. He returned to Raw, made a few guest appearances. They didn't always turn out well. I remember when he tripped, and I think it was because of his weight, maybe.
Yeah.
But he
but also, there was like 15 years, 18 years or whatever.
I mean, I saw him wrestle Will Ospreay.
Yes.
I mean, it's not like, he just left WWF and got sick and died. I don't know about how many Japan tours he did after the fact. I mean, it didn't stop Japan from bringing Terry Gordy over. It may have stopped Baba, but it didn't stop him from going to Japan.
I'm thinking that, and again, it's just going off of memory, that Leon was away from the wrestling business for quite a while. The early 2000s, I think, would have wrapped up anything he did in Japan except maybe, an appearance, but not any type of regular wrestling. And I remember because he talked about it when I managed him, he had an interest in some type of real estate, whether it was a strip mall or commercial property, whatever, in Colorado, and managed that. But then suddenly, mid-20-teens, he started popping up doing fan fests and conventions again. He hadn't been around in a while, and that's why I saw him in Lexington at LexCon one year, and he did the thing with Ospreay. For a little while there, he did some more matches, and then he announced that the doctors had given him 2 years to live with congestive heart failure. But yeah, this episode went from the early 2000s to, well, I've announced I've got 2 years to live. There's 15 years in between. So, and then as I recall, after he had his quadruple bypass and the initial heart issues, he was still able, was he not, to do some limited autograph sessions or whatever. And then, he obviously caught sick, and they said pneumonia, and went into a coma and passed away in the hospital.
What was it like when you ran into him? What was his reaction? Because obviously you managed him and you hadn't seen him in many years. Was he warm and everything?
Yeah, well, how was he warm?
No, hug you.
We went for the classic wrestler handshake and the hug at the same time with the left arm. Yes, we did that. And his booth was next to mine, and they had given him one of the FanFest helpers, but I tried to clue him in on what some of the shortcuts were around the area. And, we chatted back and forth when we weren't busy, but no, there was no issue or anything like that. But I think that's another thing. When he told me what he'd been doing, he made it sound more interesting maybe than it sounded like from this show. But yeah, that's the thing. But I will say that it seemed like that he didn't understand the FanFest circuit or the independent circuit, that he was still trying to hold everybody to the stage. Well, it's like the NFL players, they would do this for them. Yeah, this ain't that.
Well, but anyway, Dark Side of the Ring Vader, and of course, next week is the Tony Atlas episode.
Yeah, Mr. USA Tony Atlas, and I want you to watch it Tuesday nights at 10 o'clock, folks, Eastern Time on Vice TV. I don't think I'm on this one. I'm not sure. I can't remember. We talk about so many things. But one way or another, It's going to be a good program, even if I'm not on it. It just won't be. I mean,
It just won't be the. It just won't be one of the more popular episodes because you've been on every episode this season, and everyone thinks of you. They should really make it Dark Side of the Ring starring Jim Cornette.
What about Dark Side of Jim Cornette starring The Ring?
Oh, I don't know if you're prepared for that.
Well, but anyway, nevertheless, folks, and Brian, you'll agree with you. We just talked about Vader's. You'll agree with this. You know, being in the hospital is no fun under any circumstances. But one of the biggest problems when you're in the hospital and you're hooked up to a machine and you're waiting to see if Aunt Fanny or Cousin Junior is going to come in to pull the plug. It's really adding insult to injury when you're laying on one of those hospital mattresses, isn't it?
For a limited time, take up to 70% off at Superstock Accessory Sale. Thousands of in-stock accessories priced to move fast. Mirrors, pillows, lamps, wall art, and more up to 70% off while supplies last. Only at Ashley's.
At Five Guys, we always hook you up with real ingredients. Always handmade, always fresh. So when your craving calls, get your burger guy on the line. Five Guys, open by day.
I mean, you know those methods, it's like a bean bag. And they're little teeny tiny, they're so wide you can't turn over. And they're so thin that you can feel every bone of yours grinding on whatever's underneath that, which seems like a pointed skeletal frame of pure steel, iodized even. And if you try to sit up and get off of it, the bed sores, you're going to attach yourself to that kind of plastic covering, and it's going to take a layer of skin off, and then you have the bed sores that look like that you've been eaten by piranhas. But yeah, the hospital bed mattresses they're so wide you can't get around them, so low you can't get under them, and so high you can't get over them. You just don't want to be anywhere near them.
Again, I don't know what the hell you're talking about or where you're going with all this, but we do know some people that instead of whatever mattresses you're talking about, make the finest mattresses that can be delivered directly to you at home. We're talking about our friends at Helix Sleep.
Yes, or as a matter of fact, if you know you're going to be in the hospital for an extended length of time, I bet if you went ahead and just put that address in and just put the room number, they'd send your Helix mattress right to the hospital.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that, but let's talk about home delivery.
You could put a couple of those slings around Granny, one around her feet, one up under her arms, and just lift her up and slide one mattress out, throw it out the window, put the Helix down, and then just get the old folks mattress. Folks, Helix mattresses are for everybody. They got mattresses for people that like firm ones, people that like soft ones. They got mattresses that cool you down and heat you up, that help with the snoring or the back pain or the sleep apnea. They got kids' mattresses. They've even got old folks mattresses that whenever Aunt Fanny or maybe Granny Ethel goes ahead and just loses control in the middle of the night and waters the plants in her sleep, well, it'll suck it right up and shoot it right out into a tube underneath the bed, right out into the street. That's something that you can take comfort in your later years. But folks, no matter what it is, HelixSleep.com has a mattress for you. So again, if you're, let's say, for example, you've tried to jump the fountain at Caesar's Palace on a motorcycle and you fractured your pelvis in 19 places. You're going to want a nice, comfortable mattress, Brian, right? I think one of you can identify with that.
I think you would want a nice, comfortable mattress like the ones they have at Helix Sleep.
Yes, well, you just get on at HelixSleep.com and you take a little quiz about how you like to sleep and the side, the position on your side, on your back or whatever, whether your pelvis is broken or not. They may ask you to send a few photographs of your pelvis, unclothed, of course, because they want to make sure the measurement.
No, they don't do that. They don't ask for that. All you have to do is go to HelixSleep.com, of course, promo code JCE, and get a sleep survey, figure out exactly the kind of mattress that is right for you, something that you will love and want, and that's all you have to do. That's the Helix way.
And then it's delivered to your door. And then your pelvis will thank you because you can just open that box, put it in the place it needs to be, unwrap the plastic wrapping, and it breathes to life. And then you're sleeping not with the fishes, but with the angels. Your birds are chirping, your sun is shining. As a matter of fact, it's going to be so bright for you on a Helix mattress, you're going to have to wear those sleep blinders in the middle of the night just to dull down the sunshine that's beaming down upon you. And if you go to helixsleep.com/JCE, you're going to get 20% off and 2 free dream pillows with the mattress purchase. 20% off, and that's anything. Get 5 or 6 mattresses. Hand some out down the street. You'll get 20% off everything. So that'll add up to a substantial saving. Buy some mattresses for the future. These things only last 15, 20 years, so stock up. 20% off site-wide, 2 free dream pillows with a purchase of a mattress at helixsleep.com/JCE.
I needed some inspiration for how to wear them, so I asked ChatGPT to help me. It was so useful how to wear them for different occasions like work, going out, running errands, and date night.
With more than 7,000 kiosks in the stores you already visit, just drop it in, follow a few simple steps, and get paid to reduce e-waste in 7 minutes or less. Together, we've collected more than 50 million votes, refurbishing the ones we can and recycling the rest. Eco ATM. It pays to save the planet.
Jim, on the topic of support, yes, can we talk before, I know we got Dynamite coming up, can we talk about the star ratings? We just reviewed AEW Dynasty from Philadelphia. It's fresh on my mind still, and I just got this morning's Wrestling Observer newsletter. I made sure.
Now you want to see, after we've said what we said, you want to see if Uncle Dave agrees with us now at this point.
You got to figure at some point there'll be a meeting in the middle, as opposed to him being on a scale that ends in infinity, which is it keeps going out there into the distance. Maybe that explains a lot.
I think Dave is an AEW supporter, and that's another word for a jockstrap, and I think that's what the service that he's performing here.
Of course, AEW Dynasty, Jim, you did not watch much of the pre-show from what I remember. Nick Wayne, Action Andretti, and Leo Rush defeated Dante and Darius Martin on his top flight, and AR Fox, 11 minutes, 17 seconds, 4.25 stars. Now, for the record, you didn't see it. It was an exciting match, and Layla Gray looked amazing at ringside.
I'm sure she did.
That's a star right there.
How does this get the fucking higher rating than Gone with the Wind in the fucking official movie rating book? Right? What? Again, this used to be Flair and Steamboat numbers. This was reserved for the piece de resistance instead of the piece de pie face of the. Okay, yeah, the pre-show match was Kurt Angle-like in its intensity.
Well, again, for the record, you didn't see it. Match 2, Anthony Bowens defeated Max Caster, 40 seconds. No star rating given.
Well, now, why leave them out? Well, did it accomplish what it was supposed to accomplish? It's not about, the star rating is not graded with or concurrent on or whatever, dependent on the time of the match. You can have a stinker that goes 45 minutes or a fucking barn burner that goes 6. So what of the presentation that they was supposed to do there, how was it? See, he's slacking in his goddamn duties.
Well, we go down to the main card. Will Ospreay defeated Kevin Knight, 13 minutes, 50 seconds, 4.5 stars.
Again, the way you can look at this is we're entering like Undertaker and Shawn Michaels level of match rating, but at the same time, you can also say that Will Ospreay, their top babyface, against one of their new faces for star better than the fucking 8-man scrambled eggs pre-show match? Which makes better sense?
You know, every show for Dave is like a male dream slam. Remember when All Japan Women had like a 6-hour show, every match was 5 stars? Every AEW show is like his dream slam.
Actually, thankfully, Brian, I don't remember that, and my life is better for it.
Well, Jim, the next match, Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin, the Hurt Syndicate, defeated Big Bill and Brian Keith, 10 minutes, 28 seconds, 2.5 stars.
Oh, Dave must be moonlighting as the president of the Brian Keith fan club. He didn't like that one.
You know what he wrote here at the end? He describes a little bit about what happened when MJF got involved. It was fine. All right, that's a new one. Mercedes Moné defeated Julia Hart, 12 minutes, 55 seconds. Once again, 2.5 stars.
Okay, now, obviously, we said that the Hurt Syndicate match was a TV match with a TV angle at the end. But nobody, like took a shit and wiped their face in it in the middle of the ring, but it was the same as the awkward ladies match that followed that. Cause I guess 2.5, is that now his dud? Can you get lower than 2.5 unless you wipe the feces on your face?
Well, we shall find out. Jim, speaking of feces...
Hey, there's old feces face.
We were Yuta, Pac...
There he is.
And Claudio Castagnoli defeated FTR and Adam Copeland. 14 minutes, 53 seconds. 4.5 stars.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Up to 60% off list at Slumberland. Get the Sealy mattress just $4.99. Save up to $800 on select mattress sets. Pay no interest for 60 months on Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. A big 4th of July sale at Slumberland.
Hardee's Prime Rib Experience with a 100% American Angus burger at a not-so-fancy price from My Rewards members. Just $5.99 on the app. Every combo purchase on the app gives My Rewards members a chance to win an exclusive NASCAR experience.
What did he give? Was it 5 stars or was it 4 3/4 perhaps that he gave FTR and Juice and old Light Switch Jay White a couple of years ago that had the greatest tag team match of modern times?
It was at least 5 stars. It may have actually gone past it, but I don't know.
I don't know, but it wasn't this, dog. Isn't that what they say? It wasn't this, dog.
Well, it says 14 minutes, 53 seconds. Maybe it was 2 stars.
They had sex and procreated, the stars did, during the length of this contest.
Jim, Timeless Tony Storm defeated Megan Bayne, 15 minutes, 24 seconds. 4-star match.
Okay. Again, even if you like all of the participants and you like everything in the world, and potentially you're on some form of liquid ecstasy, I don't know. This is the same guy that would award an all-time classic 4 stars in his previous life before he lost his mind. But now suddenly this is morphed into, well, they get 4 stars, because it can be more stars. He established something, but now he's so afraid of hurting these people's feelings that he just starts making up that more stars is fine. And they feel good because they got 4 stars from the teacher.
Well, Jim, the next match, Kyle Fletcher defeated Mark Briscoe, 16 minutes, 11 seconds.
I thought you were going to say 16 stars.
4 3/4 stars.
Okay, what was the girls' match a second ago?
4 stars.
Okay, so again, you're saying that I agree with you. Kyle and Briscoe was much better than Storm and Drung or whatever the fuck. But it has to still be in the 4-star range. It's just now levels of excellence that he bestows upon them.
You know, I almost wonder what you said before is 2.5 dud. Is 4 like the baseline, and anything under 4 is negative stars? Like, is 2.5 stars now Dave's negative 2 stars 15 years ago?
Oh, wait a minute. That's what he's doing. Brian, you figured it out accidentally. He's on the Celsius. He's on a Celsius star rating.
Maybe so.
See, you got to translate it to the Fahrenheit.
Well, Jim, for the Ring of Honor title, Bandito defeated Chris Jericho, the Frito Bandito. It's 16 minutes, 22 seconds.
Good Lord.
3.25 stars.
I don't know, maybe that's the new dud. You know, he'll kind of halfway be honest about Jericho's desiccated corpse and give him only 3.5, which, you know, is kind of still a kind of backhanded slap.
Well, Jim, in 15 minutes and 34 seconds of a no-time limit, everyone barred from ringside match, or as we used to call it, a match, Adam Cole won the TNT title from Daniel Garcia. 3.25 stars.
Ooh. So again there, he's having to begrudgingly admit that it ain't happening here. See, now he's establishing a pattern. These are the people that only are above average should feel slighted.
Kenny Omega defeated Ricochet and Speedball Mike Bailey. 30 minutes, 56 seconds.
Jesus.
4.75 stars.
Whatever the moment, make it a cocktail. On the rocks. Bartender created cocktails.
And actually, on this topic, I have not heard this, but I see Mel.
Well, and by the way, hold on a second now. I really think that should be a different score, Brian, because in that match in particular, with those participants, they should have scored this under the Olympic method. With the, the 9.0 and a 9.1 and 9.2 and give it a perfect 10. Or maybe he wants to back off and just make it a 9.8 so nobody will accuse him of favoritism, but still it shouldn't be just a standard 4 3/4 like the mere mortals that aren't stars of their own video game.
Well, I was going to say, Meltzer said what account, Jim? Tweeted out a couple of things. One of them apparently are some of the guys who go to Dave's pay-per-view parties.
Okay, players, don't hit the push-up 5-pound weight vest. A minute 34 second plank. Over 200 overhead presses. 14. 14 resistant band curls. 12 Hindu squats. Only 3,326 steps. Gotta get that better. Over 20 miles biked. Hope everyone has a fantastic day. I'll be at the cheesy account, baby girls.